This is what it all comes down to. You've got 8 of the premier scratch players.
It's a hard pattern too. You need some pretty, adequate bowlers.
Give it a shot.
Should be doing something.
Just like you drew it up. That will just about do it.
It's just nice to be back again.
The party certainly doesn't stop in Whitewater, Wisconsin.
This tournament live stream is a special presentation of Bowling with the FEF.
Michigan State.
Good morning, everyone. Just starting things out with the all-tournament team awards presentation. Listen in.
Bailey Brown with a total score of 802. And your women's JV individual champion with a total of 814. Shake. Moving to the women's division with a total of 809 from Ohio State, Alana Baker. Elena, sorry. With a total of 812 from Michigan State, Lily Jacobs. From Purdue University, Allie Herder, 847. Also from Purdue, Kaylee Christensen, 866. And with a total of 877 from Ohio State, Abigail Rothenbuehler. Moving to the men's JV division with a total of 898 from Purdue University, Lane Shinakawa. Also from Purdue, Brody Hansen. Also from Purdue, Alex Jones. With a total of 955. Also from Purdue, John James. And your leader in the men's JV division, not from Purdue, from Ohio State, William Shepard. Moving to the men's varsity division. Coming in fifth place with a total of 979, Alex Scott, Indiana University. In fourth with a total of 999, also from Indiana University, Will Whitt. With a total of 1011 from Penn State, Jacob Stitzer. In second from Ohio State, David Hart, 1024. And your individual Big Ten champion from the men's varsity division with a total of 1036 from Wisconsin, Graham Gasper.
So there you have it.
Congratulations to our all-tournament team.
There you have your all-tournament team, folks.
The standards for all-tournament team will be distributed by me, and I will have more information for you later. I will read the list assignments off one more time so there's no confusion for this morning.
There you go.
Starting in the women's JV.
Tracy with some cheers for Jacob,
On lanes 23 and
fan of Penn State, obviously, over there.
Ohio State JV1. In the women's varsity bracket.
Well, let me welcome you all to Championship Sunday here at
In the men's JV bracket.
the Big Ten Championships 25-26 edition here at Bowlero Mount Prospect, Illinois, just outside of Chicago. I'm Andrew Pfeffer. Bowling with the Pfeff, the channel, pleased to provide you with coverage, start to finish here at the Big Ten Championships. We've had an exciting run so far as we continue through our double elimination match play. You talk about exciting stuff. Boy, if you tuned in with us yesterday, you saw just the start of it, right? You saw the individual competition featuring Wisconsin on just a really hot run over the first 4 games, take a high seed at the start. You saw an incredible match between Purdue and Indiana in the men's side, resulting in Indiana becoming the #1 seed, entering the double elimination bracket. Just a narrow win over Purdue, where the two teams were just 5 pins apart coming into that match. A back and forth affair on a difficult condition, and just an exciting outcome, certainly for Indiana, who has not had a lot of these tournaments coming in as a #1 seed. Exciting for them. And then to follow it up with an equally exciting match against upstart Rutgers, who had come off a 5-game win against Minnesota, only to take Indiana to 5 games before losing in Game 5 in an exciting conclusion at the end of yesterday's bracket match play competition. You had Nebraska going the distance with Michigan, going to 5 games. You may have seen Josh Quas taking down the 3-7 split in the middle of Game 5. starting to lead the charge for the Huskers as they took down Michigan in 5 games, followed up by a 4-game win over a heavily favored Ohio State team. So Nebraska remains in the winner's bracket, while the defending champion Ohio State sent to the loser's bracket going into today. Just exciting stuff leading into our bulk of the bracket match play. Kellogg Racing says, "Go Mackenzie, go Green." We do have one of the Michigan State teams in front of us for one of our live stream pairs as we begin our coverage. The players are starting practice right now, and we'll get into some of the particulars before we join them because there are many. It is kind of a complicated bracket situation, as you know, if you've tuned in with us yesterday. But let's start out with the oil pattern, because the oil pattern has made what is historically a hooking bowling center, a bowling center where you really do need to manage the hook typically into a virtual skating rink. The 43-foot pattern with almost 37 mils of volume has bowling balls slipping and sliding, particularly on the outside. You've seen two-handers with surface going up 5, 6, 7 with a lot of turn and just not getting that ball to wrinkle. So spares are at a premium. Strikes, certainly a bonus. And you can literally spare some of these teams to death, as we saw yesterday. Certainly Rutgers proving to be a formidable opponent, shooting spares very well. Nebraska, same deal, making spares very well. They were in a situation where their anchor bowler, who really dominated throughout the 5 traditional games, had some trouble. Wasn't hitting strikes, not so sharp on the spares, and the team elected to put him on the bench, and that proved to be one of the things that made the difference for them and got them to where they are, continuing on in the winner's bracket. So spares are a premium for sure. It doesn't seem to take much more than 190, 200, maybe 210 consistently to come up with match wins in this bracket play. So we started with the 5 games of traditional play, which led to our all tournament team recipients and the seeding in the bracket. And I'm going to skip ahead in the format to kind of get us to that point. So any ties in that initial 5 games were broken by total pinfall. But now we're bowling best of 5 matches in the winner's bracket. So it's the first to 3 wins with the winners advancing. The higher seeds choose the starting lane, which can provide a big advantage or a big disadvantage, depending on how the lanes turn out, how the pattern breaks down and shifts around. The lanes can become even tougher, or they can give way to some higher scores. The losers bracket consists of best of 3 matches, and the losers are eliminated from the competition. Everybody gets to lose twice before they go home. So you've got some teams like Wisconsin, like Minnesota, like Ohio State, who are basically in an elimination match every time they step up because they've already lost once yesterday, and that's on the men's side. All the women's teams and all the JV teams still have essentially a winner's bracket situation because none of them bowled yesterday just due to the smaller field that each of them had. So teams can substitute up to 3 times in one game, but only 1 substitution per 10th frame. And that's important because you can substitute, but once a player comes out, that player cannot return during that game. And the credit for the game goes to the player who started the game, which doesn't mean a lot from this point forward. It did in the traditional games because of the individual accolades that went to those players. The bracket is a true double elimination. So the if necessary match will be 2 out of 3, and on the pair of the first final match, the higher seeds do have starting lane choice, as I mentioned. The first final is the team in the winner's bracket receiving the lane choice. And we did have power points awarded after the 25 conventional qualifying games. Again, higherbarbowling.com/big-10-championship is kind of the hub for all things Big Ten Championship. You've got live scoring, you've got the lane assignments, or in this case, the bracket. You can see the bracket top to bottom, left to right. You can follow along with your favorite program, see what's going on, where everybody stands. It's really kind of neat. It's, interactive and really just a good way to follow along and even relive yesterday's results too. So you can see the scores and how these teams ended up seated where they did. So it's really a good way to stay, up to speed on everything that's happened and that is happening in this tournament. I'll kind of share the screen so you can kind of see what it looks like, but it's pretty, it's pretty comprehensive. So, get ready for a wealth of information when you dive in there, because it's, it's very thorough. I'll say that. But when you get in here, you can see this is the men's varsity bracket. You can see that on, lanes 15 and 16, you've got Indiana and Penn State. We're over here under column H, the third round winners. This is the winners bracket, Indiana and Penn State. Indiana took care of Rutgers, as I mentioned. We had that match live. Penn State defeated Wisconsin late yesterday afternoon. Purdue University against Nebraska, the upstart team that knocked out Ohio State yesterday. So those are matches that'll be off to my left. But then you've got JV matches. These are first round winner matches that will be on lanes 17 and 18. You'll see Purdue JV1 and Michigan State JV1. And then off to my left on 9 and 10, Purdue JV2, Ohio State JV1. And then in the losers bracket, those will be a little later on this morning. On the women's side, we are situated where we are because the women's side of the house starts on 19 and 20, which is one of our live stream pairs. And on 19 and 20, you'll see Michigan State and Ohio State. So that'll be one of the matches that you see live, and you can follow along both here on the live stream and on that website, higherbarbowling.com/big-10-championship. So that's really where all the information is. And it's just a good spot to stay up to date. You'll be just as up to date with things, as we are, because that's kind of the key here. You want to have the current information, and our tournament staff does a great job of keeping everybody up to date. The teams are in practice right now, so you can see Purdue JV and Michigan State JV on the left. The ladies, Ohio State varsity and Michigan State varsity on the right. They will get going in just a moment here. I'm hoping they'll be able to see me as I get some lineup sheets in, so I can actually figure out some names that go with the faces here. Can you hand that to their coach? To both teams' coaches?
This is now over.
All right, so that is the end of practice.
As a reminder, the higher seed has the choice of starting lane. Teams may begin competition when they are ready.
Of course, a big thank you to our sponsors, Storm Bowling and H5G. Certainly a big part of this event being as well run as it is. Also, the staff here at Bowlero Mount Prospect. They have done, of course, a bang-up job of, keeping things really running smooth for me and the folks who are keeping things going for the tournament. There's a Go Blue, Go Mason from EJ 1015. Remember, all the teams are in competition now. Many off to the left and right. Some with fleeting hopes as they are in the loser's bracket and need to win to stay alive and keep their tournament hopes going. Others in the winner's bracket and still 2 losses away from the end of their tournament. Only 4 can win. And I say that because we're going to crown men's varsity, women's varsity, men's JV, and women's JV champions today for the first time, which is pretty cool. And Frank Frodel says a big thank you to Pfeff. Well, thank you, Frank. I appreciate everyone who's tuning in live and has watched either live or on replay through the course of the weekend. It really is a pleasure to bring this to you. It is a labor of love for sure. The days are long, but certainly fulfilling. And I absolutely want to thank Joey and Zach and all the folks who are involved in this, not only for having me this year, but we'll say having me twice this year. We've had a couple different Big Ten championships this season. Thank you. This year, I should say, 2 different seasons. And if you've followed this closely at all, heading back to last season, which was earlier this year, you know that it's been touch and go. Thank you. It's been touch and go. I got here at the end of January last year for the 24-25 event, got all set up, and then got horribly sick. Ended up staying in the hotel room for 3 nights. Never even made it to the center until Monday just to collect my items and head back home with my tail between my legs. But, to Zach and Joey's credit, they asked me back right away, right after the tournament concluded, and I can't thank them enough. It really is just very special to be back here. And, it warms my heart that they welcome me back, and just really excited to be able to provide this coverage yet again. So thank you to both of them and everybody else who's involved in the Big Ten championship. Good to see Deb here. Go Minnesota, she says. And Minnesota off to my left. Again, took a hard-fought loss yesterday in the varsity bracket. They are fighting for their tournament lives right now, and it's not easy. They're up against Ohio State, the defending champion, on lanes 13 and 14, a best 2 out of 3. So we'll see who comes away with a win in that one and gets to move on in this Big Ten championship competition. All right. So over on lane 20, we've got Alana Baker sliding through and getting that spare. And Julie Masternak following suit for Michigan State. Did they get these? And Kenzie Swartz crossing over, leaving that 6'10". And goes cross lane, just gets the 1. So an open frame for Michigan State. Ohio State's Emma Pugh takes care of her spare. Again, spares such a big part of determining who survives, who does not, who wins these matches. It just cannot be overstated how important the spare shooting is in this. Okay. There's a nice shot for Eva Faulkner. And she leaves just the 10 pin. And here is Surmad Bay asking who are competing on the lanes. So on the left, you've got the JV teams from Michigan State men and Purdue men. And I haven't really alluded to them because I'm waiting for them to get back to me with some lineup sheets. So I can kind of tell you the names that go with the faces. Unfortunately, I don't have those right with me just yet, but I'm hoping with some wild flailing and gesturing, they get back to me with those. On the right, you've got the Michigan State varsity women and the Ohio State varsity women. Those are the 4 teams on our live stream pair right now. Every team in the competition is in action across the house right now. And you can follow along at higherbarbowling.com/big-10-championship. And there's a live bracket. You can see where everybody is in the bracket and keep up to date with the progress there. Frank says spare shooting is everything, and he is not wrong. This shot is tough, and it is unforgiving. And when they get like this, you got to grind out some spares because those opens are going to be there. They're going to add up. And when you start missing them in bunches, there's just no recovering from that. And you can see on the right, Ohio State is just stacking spares. They've made them all so far. So they've got a healthy lead, and it's really because they've filled the frames, and Michigan State has scattered about 4 opens now over 7 frames. And Surmad Bay, obviously a fan of Michigan State, says, let's go green. And the green has got some work to do if they want to get back in this. Thanks, sir. All right. On the other pair of lanes, it's a little tighter match. Purdue up by about 6 pins with Lane Shimokawa coming up in the 9th frame. And that was a great result from him. He is a sophomore from Honolulu, Hawaii, a biomedical health sciences major with a pre-med concentration. And he was a part of the junior varsity all-tournament team in this tournament in 2025. And Alex Jones with an X on the first ball in the 10th frame makes it a double for Purdue. And that is pretty much going to seal it up. They're basically just going to have to keep it on the lane to make this a 1-0 affair. Again, these are best of 5. Baker matches. So 1st to 3 Baker wins, advances. So 170 to 129, Purdue JV winning the first match, or the first game rather. And Michigan State ladies finished with 131, and this one's going to go to Ohio State, so they'll take a 1-0 lead. And again, just filling those frames. They have they have yet to throw a strike and are just sparing their way to victory. And another thing you're going to see, and we saw this yesterday, is, the teams can be very strategic with the pace that they use, because each one is on their own individual lane for the duration of each Baker game. So they don't have to wait for the other team to complete a frame or even an entire game. So in theory, you could have one team complete an entire game before the other team even starts or finishes a frame. But then, if they do that, then they're going to have to wait on the back end. So it kind of works both ways. Abby Rothenbuehler finishing things out for Ohio State. And again, not a strike on the board, but a 172. Plenty to fend off Michigan State's 131. Either way.
We just switched a couple like the order.
Okay. Yeah, you can just put numbers next to them. That helps.
We only switched these.
Okay, thank you. All right, my eyes may be deceiving me, but Anthony Gaith for the Michigan State JV team just picked up a 7-pin in what the scorer registered as a 9 split. But it may have been a score that needed correcting, so we'll view it that way. Sam Colby will take the 5th for Michigan State. And the Spartans are down by about 20 as they hope to claw their way back in their match with Purdue in this all-junior varsity affair. Jones goes high for the Boilermakers, leaving a 6-9-10, which is a kind of an odd leave, but one we've seen a couple times in this event. Again, tough to get the ball to wrinkle outside, but when you tug it left, it does move, and usually a little too much. So on the women's side, Ohio State has run into a little trouble and opened in the first couple strikes, but now we've got Eva Faulkner looking at a 4.67 and takes 2 of them. But the Michigan State ladies have a couple opens of their own. And that one goes high, leaving a 3.610 for Claire Zara. Great shot there for Abby Rothenbuehler. Just straight up pointed it toward the pocket and kicked out the 10. That was up high for Will Jacobs on the Purdue JV team. He'll take aim at a 3-pin. And Gaith leaves a 10-pin on the Michigan State JV side. Purdue can go up about 16 with a spare here. They're a frame behind. And again, sometimes that pace is a little strategic. For the Michigan State ladies, Julie Masternak taking aim at a 10-pin and makes quick work of that. She is a freshman from Homer, Michigan, a pre-vet animal science major. She says she has had 40 animals over her 19 years. 40 animals. I'm going to assume that she's had multiple animals at one time. I'm going to hope that she's had multiple animals at one time. All right, Emma Pugh up in the 8th, getting some guidance from her coach before throwing the ball. He seemed to love that one and ends up with a 5-6 split. Let's see how she attacks this, coming off a strike. And you can see Michigan State in a little momentum here. They've marked in the last 5 frames. So it would be a good time for the Spartans to get something here, and they do. It's Kenzie Swartz shaking out the left side for a strike. As that's going to propel them into the lead. And Pugh gets just the 6. So 130 through 8 with Faulkner and Rothenbuehler to finish things out for the Buckeyes. And look at that. Spartans respond. Zara with a strike. That's a double in the 8th and 9th. And with a strong 10th from Lily Jacobs, they may just tie this match at 1. Off to the left, you could see one of the Penn State players jumping up and down as his teammate converted a split in their 9th frame in their match against Indiana, which is a tight one. There's 2 pins separating those 2 teams in this game, too. And a 2-10 split for Faulkner on the Ohio State side of things. Here's Jacobs for Michigan State, crossing over and leaving a 5-pin, so staying out of too much trouble. Still a shot at 180 up there. Ohio State would have to make the spare and strike out for 170. And she gets 1, so 139 through 9. It's not over, but it's getting close. So Jacobs picks up the 5-pin, and now it's over. So Michigan State's going to even this one up at 1 apiece. Did you catch the score in this one? The game 2 score?
No. It is Purdue did. Are you talking about Purdue, Michigan State?
Yeah.
Purdue won.
Okay. So 178 for Michigan State, 156 for Ohio State, and we are tied at 1 apiece. You didn't catch what the score of the second game here was, did you? No,
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I'll try to pay attention next time.
Yeah, no worries. And I didn't catch the score of the second game in this JV matchup, but Joey said that Purdue did win, so they'd be leading 2-0 over the Michigan State JV team. Same over. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yep. Gotcha. All right. An 8 count for Julie Masternak. 2-8. And a 10 pin for Molly Gray. You know what the score? Whoa. Oh, that's not good. And all the lanes have just mysteriously turned off. So hopefully we can get things back and running. And a round of applause. There we go. I know that's probably startling to all the bowlers, but it helps me catch my breath. Okay. So Lana Baker shooting at a 7-pin and takes it down. So they'll grab an early lead over the Spartans. Michigan State on the left, Keegan Day with a 4 count will fire at a 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9. And gets a few out of there. It's 4 of them. So 73 through 6 for the JV Spartans. And again, finds themselves in a little hole to Purdue. Okay. So we do know that Purdue's JV team did win game 2. Nobody seems to be sure of the exact number, but they did win that one by all accounts. And they are leading in game 3 with Will Jacobs taking aim at a 10-pin here. And Lily Jacobs leaving one of her own on the Michigan State ladies side. So an open for Purdue, leaving them with 112 through 8, but Henry Williams for Michigan State with just a 1 count off a spare. and cleans up the 9. So pretty big loss of count there in the 7th, but a spare up. If Gaith can follow up with a strike, they'd only be down about 8 pins. Which, when you figure you had one off a spare, is not too bad, given the circumstances. But instead, Gates slides past the head pin and leaves a 1-2-4. And a spare for Gaith, which brings up Sam Colby to try to work some magic here in the Michigan State 10th. And there's a cover for Alex Jones for Purdue. Purdue can get to 152 if he hits the strike. Michigan State would need to punch out to get to 151. And there's a 9 count. So their top score is 140. They're already at 142. So this one is going to go Purdue's way, and they are going to advance. Michigan State JV will fall to the loser's bracket. Purdue will advance in the winner's bracket with a 151. With a clean sweep of the Michigan State JV team. And 138 is the final count for Michigan State. So certainly didn't need big scores. And like we've been saying all along, the spares always prove to be the difference. And certainly in that one where you're winning with 160s and 150s. And there's a cover of the 7-pin. I believe that was Kenzie Swartz in the 8th for Michigan State. 119 through 7 with that spare up. On the Ohio State side, a 1 count for Eva Faulkner. Again, just the 10-pin. If you leak it right, that's trouble. Always is. There's very little chance of recovery when you get it right on this. Crosses over and just leaves 1, so trying to mitigate the damage there as Claire Zara leaves a 6-10. So for Ohio State, 143 through 9. Michigan State will have a lead. It's just a question of by how many. And Zara misses that spare. So 145 through 9 for the Spartans. Just a 2-pin difference going into the 10th in this varsity match. Rothenbuehler slides by the head pin, leaves her a 1-2-4. And it'll be Lily Jacobs to try and capitalize. And she does. That's a big strike. Because that really turns the screws and forces Rothenbauer to make the spare. And she pulls it left. So it is going to be Michigan State taking game 3. And all of a sudden, it's 2-1 Spartans. And with an exclamation point. And you look at their game. Yeah, they had a couple opens in there, but they made a bunch of spares through the middle of the game and a big double in the 10th for Jacobs. Really proved to be the difference. And for Ohio State to go open at the end was their undoing. So 173-151. The ladies will switch lanes and get into game 4. And Serm Ad Bay imploring those Spartans to go green. And they're one game away from sending Ohio State's women's team to the losers bracket. But there is plenty of time for the Buckeyes to get back into this one. You just never know. Momentum's a funny thing in these Baker matches. All right, so Molly Gray crossing over, leaving just a 5-pin. And a missed spare for Masternak on the Spartan side. There you go. Gray throwing plastic right at it. A smart move. You take the condition out of play. And here is Haley Beers in the Michigan State second. And she takes down 10. Just when you think they're hitting a rough patch. They'll carry a strike. They'll start stringing marks together. And they're just not going away. Deb says, go Minnesota. How's Minnesota doing?
Minnesota beat Ohio State 2-1.
And Minnesota pulls the upset over Ohio State 2-1 and sends them home.
Yeah. The former champions.
The defending champion is dead.
I think they won the last 2 years.
Yeah, I think so too. So how about that, Deb? Your Gophers had a huge win.
Made
Yeah.
Spare in the 10th frame to
The two-time defending champion Ohio State Buckeyes are done at the hands of the Golden Gophers of Minnesota. Wow. There's another strike for Michigan State. That's 3 in a row. And all of a sudden, the Lady Buckeyes need some strikes. And there's a good start for Emma Pugh. Are there, which other ones are done? Can you tell us, Joey, which other matches are done over there?
Update. So
We know that Penn State and Indiana are still going. They're next to us.
they're 2-1 Penn State. 2-1 Penn State over Indiana so far. Purdue took care of Nebraska, swept them 3-0.
Okay.
In the losers bracket, we had Rutgers facing Michigan. They swept them 2-0.
Rutgers won?
Yep.
Okay, so Michigan
Michigan was sent home. We said that Minnesota beat Ohio State 2-1.
Okay.
And that is all of the men's varsity updates.
Okay.
On the men's JV side, I know we watched Purdue JV1 beat up on Michigan State JV1 3-0 here.
Okay.
And then Ohio State JV1 beat Purdue JV2 3-0.
Okay.
And that was the men's JV winners bracket.
So, yeah, the JV are all winners brackets right now, and so are the women because they haven't bowled since yesterday.
Correct. On the women's side, we're watching the varsity here. It's 2-1 Michigan State.
Yep.
And then on the women's JV side, Ohio State JV1 beat Michigan State JV2 3-0.
Okay. All right. So, trouble for both of these women's teams now as Michigan State's Lily Jacobs leaves the split, as does Rothenbuehler from Ohio State. Oh, but she spares it. What a shot. So Rothenbuehler takes down the 4-5 to get Ohio State within 6. And now Molly Gray will try to keep that momentum going as these Buckeyes fight for their lives in the winner's bracket. She goes up high and leaves a 3-6-10. Man, I'm hoping we can hear from one of these Minnesotans. That's some kind of win. All right. Crossing over for Kenzie Swartz. Looking at a 3-pin there as Ohio State puts up another spare. And with good count here, they will reclaim the lead. You send over one of your guys?
Sure, yeah.
That last match.
Yeah.
Luana Baker right through the heart of the rack, leaving a 4-7. Meanwhile, Swartz picked up the spare, so they've got 117 through 7, with Zara putting 10 back. So 137 through 8 with that strike up. That keeps the pressure applied to Ohio State. As Ohio State a little huddle. Now remember, they're on one lane through the game. They don't have to keep pace with them. They can kind of choose their own pace here. Now, as we were saying, Minnesota just came off a huge win against Ohio State's men. And look who we've got here. This is Cale Rudolph.
Yep.
That must have felt pretty good.
Yeah. We got to go over here. It feels pretty good. We're a first-year team here, first time at the tournament. I think this is only our third tournament this year. And, we're just here to, I guess, show everybody what we got. So.
Yeah. I don't want to quibble with you, but as we, take a look at how this women's match is going to turn out, Minnesota has had teams in the past. I bowled in the late 90s, early 2000s. They had teams that competed with us a little bit. I want to say Sam Lanto may have bowled for Minnesota years and years back. But it seems like it's been kind of an off-again, on-again program. Yep. Sometimes you have teams, sometimes you don't. I heard that you guys heard from some of the Wisconsin guys that this was going on.
Yes.
So you kind of said, all right, let's kind of take a crack at it.
Yeah. The last tournament we bowled we bowled against Wisconsin. We beat them in a playoff match. But they mentioned to us, they're like, are you guys going to show up to the Big Ten tournament? And we had no idea this was going on. So I reached out to, I think, Joey, and he hooked us up with the team here. So it's pretty nice to come and bowl against all the Big Ten schools here.
Yeah. Do you know the history? Ohio State was a 2-time defending champion.
Yes, I did look that up. So it feels pretty good to knock off one of the top teams here.
Yeah, for sure. Tell us what happened. I mean, obviously, this is kind of a small setup. We only have the 2 live stream pairs, so we didn't see the match. But what was, walk us through it.
Yeah, so first game, it didn't really go our way. So we actually went down right away. And then we came back and won the final 2 games. We picked up our spares. That was a big thing. I think the last game we only had 1 open the whole game. So we were able to come through for the team and for everybody watching us, I guess. So it's pretty nice to be able to win the final 2 games and kind of reverse sweep them. So it's something that doesn't happen too often. So it's pretty cool.
Sure. What were you guys telling each other as you're kind of coming down the stretch? You've got the chances, the shots get a little more important as you come down the line.
I'm kind of the coach of the team here, or the leader. I'm telling everybody, just stay relaxed. We're here to just, have fun and really prove that, we're a team that can compete. So, we're here to just show everybody what we got, and I'm telling everybody to relax. We got nothing to lose, so it feels pretty good to do what we can.
Yeah, really quick before this women's match ends, Deb has been in the chat like start to finish.
Yeah.
What can you tell her? She's been supporting you guys the whole way.
Thank you, Grandma, for hanging out and watching our team. It means a lot to us and supporting the team. It means a lot to me that you enjoy watching me bowl and be successful. So thank you.
Cool. Ski you ma.
Yes.
Minnesota Gophers. Keep them going.
Go Goldie.
All right. Good
Thank
bowling.
You. Thank you.
Keep it going, Minnesota. There you go. Cale Rudolph. Deb's been cheering them on, and they have dumped the Ohio State varsity team out of this tournament. So now, Michigan State 157 through 9 and a spare up in the 10th. And they are going to take this match. They have shut out Ohio State, and they're going to send them to the losers bracket. Wow. Lily Jacobs finishing things out for the Spartans. And that's another big win. So 164 for the Buckeyes, but it's going to be Michigan State. Jacobs finishing with a 7 count, 174-164, and it is a 3-1 win for Michigan State.
This is why we're not getting funded.
So perhaps another pretty decent sized upset there for the Michigan State women. Advancing in the winners bracket. There's a lady sitting next to me with a Michigan State sweatshirt on. She's got kind of a wry smile on her face. Just kind of a half smile. Half smile. Now she's saying, "Who, me?" She knows there's a lot of bowling left to do, but I'm sure deep down she's pretty happy about that outcome. So Michigan State will move on in the winners bracket. Ohio State down to the losers bracket. But, all right, so we are going to take a little break here while Indiana and Penn State finish up. Maybe we'll talk to them. Are you the captain?
Yeah.
Come on over. Have a seat.
I don't think I like this. Oh, I'm about to get interviewed. I'm about to get.
Have a seat.
Oh, Lordy Lord.
Lordy Lou?
Lordy Lord.
Lordy Lord.
What's about to happen?
Oh, we're just going to talk. Just look
Wait.
like me.
Oh, gosh. Okay. No, we're good. We're good.
So what's your name?
I'm Abby Barton.
Abby Barton. Okay. Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Tell us about the match.
Overall, it went pretty good. We had a lot of good spares. We covered when we needed to, and we kept the energy up. So
Yeah.
overall, went pretty good.
important out
Yeah. We had a lot of good shots. So
It seemed like both teams were kind of, you get a little momentum.
Yeah,
And you
yeah.
miss a couple spares, a little more momentum, miss a couple spares.
it was neck and neck. It was a good match.
Yeah.
It was a good match.
Yeah. What was the conversation like between you ladies, in the thick of it, especially in that last one where you start out with an open,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden you hit 3 in a row?
Yeah, we were just, dancing up there. Just got to keep the energy up, and overall it went pretty good.
Yeah.
It was good.
What's the program like at Michigan State? I mean,
So
a lot of these schools, you have some big years, you have some down years.
Yeah.
You never know kind of how it's going to go with the ebb and flow of things, right?
yeah, so this year we have a ton of people. We have like 18 girls here today, and last year we had 9. So we just barely had like a JV1 last year. We have 18 girls, and we had a lot of guys that couldn't make it this weekend just because we have finals next week. But overall, like our program is doing really good. We don't have a coach, so we are fully student run. We do not get funding from the school, so it's just us. So anything that we do, like we pay for, we do fundraising. So we're super happy to be here. We're happy that we're doing as good as we are. We're having fun.
Yeah. What do you think is the key? I mean, what do you tell yourselves both coming into an event like this, and then once you realize, oh my gosh, not only is this, just a tough pattern, but you leak it right and it's gone.
It does not come back. So I guess we just tell ourselves, if you let it go too far out, like you're cooked. But just keep it in and fill your frame. Like don't worry, especially in Bakers, don't worry about everything else. Just mark your frame, fill your frame, just win your frame, and then we'll all be good as a team. So no one person is going to win or lose a Baker game for the most part. So it's just you win your frame and we'll be good.
Sure.
And it worked for us this match. So hopefully we can keep up the momentum throughout the rest of the day.
Early on in that one, you had one little lineup change with Beers and Masternak,
Yeah.
switching 1 and 2. What was the thinking in that one?
So we just try and keep like someone super consistent at 1, and Julie was doing really good, and we were just like, hey, we'll put her to 1, and it all just fell into place, and we just kept it the same for the rest of the time. Sometimes it's just that little mental thing of just put them back in their comfort zone. So it worked. We'll keep it the same, and hopefully it lasts the rest of the day too.
Okay, you got to tell me. Julie says she's had 40 animals.
She has. She's had 40 animals. Yeah.
Are we talking cats and dogs or horses?
I think all of the above.
Really?
All of the above. I know she's got a fish right now.
Okay.
I think she's going to try and bring her fish next semester to the dorm. I know. But she's had so many animals.
Like all women's dorm, co-ed dorm?
Women's dorm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Her
right.
floor is all women.
All right. Because I lived with college guys. I know they do. weird
Oh,
things
no.
with fish.
Nope.
Okay. Good. And she's had multiple animals at the same time, not.
Oh, yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Good. That was my assumption.
Yeah,
I was right.
yeah.
On that. All right. Cool. You know, what do you do going into the next match? Are there serious talks? Do you just kind of?
So we'll do like a little serious conversation, but for the most part, we just keep it lighthearted. Don't make people think too much, because as soon as we get in our heads, like it's harder to get out. So we just keep it light. We're up there singing and dancing the whole time, and we'll just continue that throughout the day.
Good deal. Well, congratulations. Great bowling out there. Keep it up. And we hope to see you moving on in the winners bracket.
Yes, thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you. Good to see you there. Michigan State, again, advancing on past Ohio State. And we will see them moving on in the competition in the winners bracket. Again, Indiana and Penn State on the men's side doing battle there. Looks like Penn State 111 through 7 and an 8 count there that they're covering for the spare. Indiana with a double up at just 60 through 6. And yeah, we're going to take a little break here, at least on my end. I'm going to leave the mic for a second because I'm going to try and find out where we will be for the next Baker games. For the next couple of games, I know they're not going to use 17 through 20. So I'm going to try and figure out a remote setup where I can kind of get you to at least one of those matches. Surmad Bay says, good job, ladies. Yeah, they did great. Great job, Michigan State. All right, be right back.
I was trying so hard.
Wasn't so bad, right?
No, it was fine. It was fine. I was just like, I don't want to stutter. I don't want to miss my word. This is Lily.
What? You missed your phone?
No.
Did you see my fun fact about how to do this with the
Oh, no, not yet.
You have to. Yeah.
I will look for that. I was really, I had tunnel vision about the animals.
Yes.
Yes,
Animals.
that's my dog.
That's a big one. That's a big one. The beef will eat.
He's got to say it like So what's next?
So we're going to Purdue next. I mean, that's what they said. Yeah, I'm assuming, and then they're gonna.
Oh, where are you?
Fingers crossed.
And toes and legs.
Oh no, we're gonna. I'm not sure. Like, I was just sitting here, and he's like, "Are you the captain?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Okay, go sit down."
Yep. No, do you want to? Just continue.
No, yeah, it wasn't like.
He's staring at me like trying to talk to me. I don't want to be interviewed as a mom. That's horrifying.
feel butterflies in my tummy, but it's really hard right now. I was like, oh, the camera's over here, but he was like, just look at me. So now, like, I don't really care. I know. And I'm like, okay, there is a happy medium. But yeah, I get it. This is fair. Exactly. Yeah, no, she was in a very good start. And it is like 11 months. When someone's just like, exactly, and like unfortunately, that's like, I don't know if get bad. It's just like right after. We're 19. Yeah, literally. Tomorrow, yes. It's just like happy 19th birthday. Yeah, you're not so. I know. And there's no in between. Yes. It's just really good. I'm very proud of her. I asked her after every time, like, do I stay in or do I stop? She said, I'll stay. Because I know the first one that she pushed today, she was like, oh, that one didn't feel very nice. And I was like, one more. And then if it doesn't feel good, like, we'll take a break. And she was like, oh, I'm good. I just need to get it out of my system. I know. It was like, I know. He was just like, what are you going to do? He's like, I'm like, we're going to sing and dance. Like, I literally said, we've been up there singing and dancing.
With the following teams, please report to their lanes to begin practice. Minnesota and Michigan State, 11 and 12, and varsity. Also in the men's varsity bracket, lanes 13 and 14, Wisconsin and Rutgers. You will be starting 10 minutes of practice in 1 minute. The ball raffle has been selected as the King of Heart. If that is you, please come up here. So I'll count it.
I think I scared it all back Exactly. They can't come on both sides. I know.
Go ahead and hit the space bar in your practice.
I promise. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why the racing canes like here. That's where everybody goes.
Okay. So, let's see what happens here. I don't know if this is necessarily going to be ideal, but
Ohio State JV1. Your practice will start at 10 a.m.
So I'm hoping you can hear it now with this layout. There's a lot of trial and error with this kind of thing, but hopefully you can hear my audio now. So we were talking about how Minnesota got to this point, because that's probably the biggest upset of the tournament so far, is Minnesota taking down Ohio State, the two-time defending champion. And Minnesota in this tournament is here because they got word about it from Wisconsin. And you think if they don't have that conversation with the Badgers, do they know about this tournament? Are they here? And is it Ohio State matching up with Michigan State instead of Minnesota? And Kellogg Racing says, go green. Oh, okay. So a little interruption there in the stream. Again, this is a Wi-Fi signal, so it's not going to be quite as strong as the one we have here that's hardwired, but hopefully this will at least give you a sense of what's going on. So they will get started in a few minutes here. I will be right back. I'm going to try and grab a different microphone and maybe some names to go with faces, and we'll get started in just a moment.
All right, bowlers on lanes 11 through 14, please hold up on your practice. As for the remainder of the bowlers, I will not make another announcement. Your practice will start at 10 a.m. for those lanes and teams that I called. Teams on lanes 11 through 14, you are free to begin your best of three match when you are ready.
So it's a best of three. Again, this is the losers bracket, so whoever wins moves on, and whoever doesn't is done.
You need somebody to banter with.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, it's not bowling with the FEF +1. It's just bowling with the FEF.
Right.
You know?
There you go. There you go. That's true.
And it's hard because I schedule my show all over the place, because I want it to be live. But, if I schedule it on Tuesdays and, she's got league on Tuesday. That's all it takes.
That's pretty cool. It's really nice to do this.
It's hard.
Already.
So I'm hoping the audio on this is clear. So I can't see the chat right now. So if you are chatting, just know that I'm going to have to pick that up a little bit later because I want to keep you abreast of the scores in these matches. And it's almost impossible to see from where I was at, but right now Wisconsin and Rutgers have both started out with doubles. Michigan State, 9 spare, 9 miss. And Minnesota with an open. And you've got a 6-10 leave that is being shot at right now. And there's a spare for the Gophers. So again, my hope is that the audio is clear because I'm on a wireless microphone. And yeah, you never really know. So this is really the first look we get at Michigan State's varsity team. Thank you. Thank you. Rutgers, who just came up with that 4th strike in their first 5 frames, certainly gets into it when they get going, as we saw yesterday afternoon in their match with top-seeded Indiana. But if anybody can give it right back, it's Wisconsin. And Michael Chelney, who led the field, was right there with them. There's a spare for Mr. Rudolph, who we spoke with after the Gophers' victory over the defending champs, Ohio State. Drew crosses over within a 5-6 or 4-5. So Wisconsin follows up an open with a strike. And that was Herrera. Again, these are best of 3 matches. So going up 1-0 puts your opponent in an elimination game right away. And there's a double as Cesar lets them know that they are clawing their way back. Eighth frame for Michigan State, gets a couple to topple, and he's left with a 5-9. I believe that is Cameron Mitchell. Again, my hope is that the audio is clear and that all that good stuff. Can't see the chat right now, but I'll try and get back to it once I get back to my original position. And there's an open for Rutgers. And a 9 count for the Spartans, 132 through 8. And whatever happens here for Lincoln Rikisen. There's a strike from the Scarlet Knights, Alvin Gian. Open for Wisconsin. So 149 through 8 for the Badgers, 145 through 8 for Rutgers, but they've got a strike up in the 9th. Here is Jake Killander for Wisconsin. And he leaks it out and is left with a washout, a 1-3-6-7. So pretty important to get all 4 of these because they're staring at a strike up in the 9th on the other side of the pair. Now in the Minnesota-Michigan State match, you've got Michigan State with pretty firm control, and they've actually shut them out. So they'll go up 1-0. And Killander gets 3. So 158 through 9. They can get 188 if Chelney, the anchor, punches out. Anthony Palumbo for Rutgers leaves a 2-8. So if he goes spare strike, they'd have 185. So Chelney can shut them out with a double and good count here. Again, Michigan State with a 1-0 lead on Minnesota by virtue of that 158 you see in the foreground. Oh, a trip 4, and that's huge. That's a big break for the Badgers. And Colombo gets the spare. So now count becomes pretty big here, because if Chelney gets the second strike, he needs the count. If he doesn't get the second one, then Colombo just needs to keep it on the lane. He'd just need 4 to seal it up. Just got 8. So he picks this up, they get 178, and Colombo would only need 4 pins to seal up the win and go up 1-0.
Let's go, Ed.
And that'll do it. So 182 for Rutgers, they're up 1-0, and Michigan State up 1-0. I'll try and mosey back here to the chat. Play catch up here while they're finishing things up. Got a lot of Badgers fans chiming in. Got So there's the update for you. It's Michigan State up 1-0 on Minnesota. Rutgers up 1-0 on Wisconsin. And now we're into the second game for both. And there's an open for Gareth Lean. So 28-2 for Minnesota. Michigan State working on spare strike. And here comes Cameron Mitchell in the third. Great shot, and the ball went right past the 8. So, makeable spare, but you know he was thinking he was going to flush all 10 on that one. Meanwhile, it's McEachern up high, and he'll try and take down the 6 and 10. And he missed. Okay. Spare for Andrew Medina to start out things for the Scarlet Knights. All right, spare strike for Wisconsin. That'll put a little pressure on Rutgers to keep pace. They do have a 1-0 lead in the match. So Wisconsin knows they've got to keep filling frames to stay alive, not only in the match, but in the tournament. Kale Rudolph takes care of the spare for Minnesota. They need to get something going quickly here, too, as Michigan State doesn't seem to be leaving anything on the table here. I believe this is Zachary Tauher in for Wisconsin in the third in place of Gasper. And J.J. Christensen striking in the Minnesota fifth. So Washi gets up in the sixth. A double would be big.
Come on! Hey! Come on! Oh, baby!
And that's a huge double for Elliot Washi as Michigan State and Nathan Patton leaves a 310 and then misses both. So all of a sudden the momentum switches and now Minnesota can take the lead. But then Garrett Lean goes in the right channel. And on a double, that's tough. So 76 through 5. They're going to be down about 10. But he's got to come back and try and make this spare. That hurts a lot. Jack Smith in the Michigan State seventh pulls it left. Leaves a 136.810. Certainly not an easy spare by any stretch. And Leith gets 7 on the second ball. So an open frame, 100 through 7 for Minnesota. Michigan State can apply some pressure with the spare here. It's not going to be easy. Geckern steps up in the 8th. That one slides past the head pin. It's a 1-2-8-9. And just 2 for Smith. Off to the right, it's all Wisconsin. And McEachern slides by again. So open after open down the stretch in this Minnesota-Michigan State match. A crossover for Cameron Mitchell and gets a great break in the Michigan State 8th frame. 113 through 7 with that strike up. Minnesota is now in a pretty desperate situation. They need strikes right away. Kale Rudolph with a great shot, strikes in the 9th, but they need some help from the Spartans if they're going to survive. And that's a tough lead. So it's Lincoln Brikeson leaving a 1, 2, 3, 5, 9. And what he does here is really going to determine what Minnesota's chances are. And he gets 3 out of it. So 139 through 9. Minnesota cannot shut out Michigan State, but they've got a chance. They can certainly make them think about things if they put up a big temp here. Ian Kalamowski has got up in the 10, left a 1, 3, 9. So now Minnesota can double the win. There's one. And that was huge. J.J. Christensen. And Kalamowski picks up the spare. So with a strike on the fill ball, they'd end up at 159. Minnesota's really got to have this strike. Oh, and he aced it. What a shot. He got all of it at the bottom and just put it exactly where it needed to be. J.J. Christensen probably just saved their tournament lives. 159 for Michigan State, and Minnesota just needs to keep it on the lane. Wow. Apparently, we do not have many Iowa fans in the house, but Minnesota gets to play on. 167-159. And on the other pair, it's going to be Wisconsin evening things up. So we've got 2 tie matches, 1-1 on either side. Wow, what a finish. So now it's one Baker game to see who survives. 177 for Wisconsin. Rutgers will end up in the 140s as Michigan State and Minnesota get underway with a decisive Game 3. Washi for Minnesota taking aim at a 5-pin. Relatively straight and takes it down. Spartans started out with an open. Here's Jack Smith flushing 10 back, and they're trying to get back in it. Lead from Minnesota, not exactly the break he needed there, leaving a 5-10. So need to try and pick it up to keep pace. Mitchell with 3 off the left.
He's got it!
And 1 for Leeds. So 27-2 for the Gophers. Let's see what Mitchell does with this 7-pin combination that he's left himself with. Gets them all. So 29-2 with a spare up in the third for the Spartans. A 9 miss for Rutgers. And Andrew Medina. Wisconsin also with an open. And Joaquin Herrera. They come right back with Drew. And got a strike. And there's an open for the Gophers. So back-to-back opens. They've got 35-3. Michigan State 46-3, but now it's a 4-7-10 to deal with. So just when you think there's some momentum, you got another open. 55-4. Here's Rudolph for the Gophers. Boom. And he hit that one nice and flush. High pocket. Pushed them all back into the pit. For the Badgers, Wojtek Cesar taking care of the spare. And DJ, left himself a 5-pin combination, only got 3 of them. What a break there for the double for Michigan State and Nathan Patton. He toppled over 3 pins late as they maintain a 20-pin lead. That was Washi in the Minnesota 6th. 7 count, left him a 1-2-9. And now, with just 4 frames left after this, again, you got to think they need some help, and they got it. As Smith left a 4-9. just got a little too thin on the head pin, and they left an open there. They really needed that one. So 90 through 6. Smith gets just the 4. So it's 111 through 7 there. So Minnesota needs some strikes to jump back into the lead, but there is a chance. Again, these are elimination games. Whoever loses each of these games is done. Here's leads for Minnesota. And he slides by the head pin, leaving the 1-2-4. Certainly not the worst lead we've seen this weekend. Strikes for both Michigan State and Wisconsin. In pretty key spots for both. All right, Leaf covers the spare. So if Minnesota can hit a strike here. Oh! And Michigan State with Rakisen gets a big double in the 9th frame. They get a couple more in the 10th, and this baby's over. Seven count for McEachran with a 1-2-4. There's another one. Kalinowski. They are feeling it. Three in a row at a big point in this match. There's a spare for McEachran. And there's another one. And wow. Minnesota just looking stunned right now. Michigan State is going to survive after just a flurry of strikes right at the end, and they finish with the last 5 for 201. And Minnesota's tournament run comes to an end. Wow. That was some kind of match between the Spartans and Gophers. Some great bowling, but Michigan State is going to move on. And Minnesota, who just took down Ohio State before this, is all done. But an incredible effort by both teams, of course. And then on the other pair, we've still got the score to settle between Wisconsin and Rutgers. There you go. There's a spare for Cesar to give the Badgers 108 through 6 with that spare up in the 7th. Rutgers is 78 through 6 and a spare up in the 7th, and time is running short. They need some strikes, and they need them now. DJ in the Scarlet Knights 8. Up high for a 310. Wisconsin to counter with Graham Gasper, who went 9 spare in the 3rd. see what he does in the Badgers 8th. Didn't like it off his hand, and that's why almost got an incredible break. Rolled the 3-pin, but the head pin stands. So 127 through 7 for Wisconsin with the head pin to go in the 8th for Gasper. DJ takes aim at the 310, but just gets the 3 out. And they have 105 through 8. So now Rutgers is going to have to get the last 4 and really hope that Wisconsin has a disastrous finish here. As Michigan State celebrates a hard-fought win over Minnesota. That was some kind of match. All right, here's Gasper. Got to get that head pin, and he does. Gian in the 9th for Rutgers, up light, and leaves a 2.45. So 155 is the max for the Scarlet Knights. Wisconsin already at 137, and they're working on a spare. Jake Killinger in the Badgers 9th and gets it. And that's going to do it. Wisconsin is going to survive and move on in the losers bracket. Rutgers pulled a great tournament, but their run is going to end right here. Just a few too many opens coming down the stretch, and we're going to see Wisconsin moving on. So Badger fans rejoice. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Deb, you got that right. Good tournament for Minnesota. And yeah, we would expect to see them again for sure. When does Ohio State bowl? Okay, so if you're talking about the women, I believe they may be going now. That might be the JV team that's going now. I'm not sure about the varsity. Right now on the varsity side, you've got Michigan State and Purdue, and I think Michigan State JV and Ohio State JV. But then I don't see any of the other women's teams going just yet. So we'll flip this over here as these folks are getting set. I'm going to move the other camera because I'm not sure exactly when or where the next match will be. But we'll see. Good bowling, guys. Uh-oh. Oh, feedback. Ah. That's not good. Oh, hopefully that wasn't too hard on anybody's ears. Didn't expect to have that kind of feedback, but there we go. Okay, Ohio State women to bowl next at noon. There you go. And on Wisconsin from LeBoyne 7591. All right. And yes, JV1 bowling now. So they're against Michigan State JV1 right now on the far end. And again, to keep posted on all the matchups, Steve, Ohio State men are out. Minnesota eliminated them before they took on Michigan State, and then Michigan State eliminated Minnesota. So, again, I'll put up this website because this is kind of the place to go for scores and the bracket. And all the other good stuff. higherbarbowling.com/big-10-championship. That's the place to find the bracket and scores, results, lane pattern, streaming links, the whole shebang.
It's in your bag? Oh, no. Yeah, I don't think it is, but the bag, I put it back.
When March Madness started, just won the Michigan.
Mind if I keep that there? All right, let's see if we can jump in here with, says Purdue women and Michigan State women. Steve wants to know, didn't Ohio State men win total pins? So the total pins is in the traditional game. So that was yesterday. Today is just straight up head-to-head match play. And it's based on a best of 5 in the winner's bracket and a best of 3 in the loser's bracket. So it's literally just first to 2 in the loser's bracket, first to 2 wins, and first to 3 wins in the winner's bracket. So once you lose 3 times in the winner's bracket, you're done. And once you lose 2 times in the loser's bracket, your weekend is over. So yesterday, Nebraska defeated Ohio State in the winner's bracket. I believe it was 3-1. And Minnesota defeated them in the loser's bracket today. And there you go, C. Mitchell. Great bowling, MSU varsity boys. Go green. Yeah, they won a whale of a match with Minnesota there that last round. Excuse me. Yep. Yes. There we go. That should be better for audio. How about that? Hopefully you can hear it now. So we've got Michigan State and Purdue women are tied at 1. And this is Lily Jacobs going through the nose, but avoiding the split, thankfully. And you could tell she was relieved not to have left the 7 with that 3-6-10.
For Michigan State.
Okay, there we go. Loud and clear. Good. Yeah, let me try that split screen because then we can see 2 matches at the same time. I just need to adjust the one camera. So give me a second. We'll get back to that. And there's Indiana. Thank you. Because they're just about to get started. And we kind of want to see them both. Let me just adjust the camera on the women's side. And then on the men's, I want to try and shrink the scores a little bit. So maybe we can see both scores. This might take some maneuvering here, but give me a moment. Let's see if that works. How about that? That's a little better. Maybe that camera gets moved a little. Like that. Maybe like that. It's a little tight.
Come on, ball.
That's too tight. We're getting there. Little by little. How about that? We're almost there now. Well, that just has to go up a little bit. Okay. Great. Now let me, I'll be right back. I'm going to move the women's camera and we'll see if we can get both of them there. Okay. Now I think we're closer to what we're looking for. So on the left, you've got Indiana and Michigan State in the losers bracket. So that'll be a best 2 out of 3. And on the right, varsity Michigan State women and Purdue women in a best 3 out of 5. And that was a strike for Gott, who has moved back to the 5th and 10th spot for Indiana. They have 39 through 4, and that strike up in the 5th. So in the winners bracket, it was Penn State that defeated Indiana, and that's why they ended up, or I'm sorry, in the winners bracket. Is that what I said? In the winners bracket, Penn State defeated Indiana. That's what sent them to the losers bracket. Penn State is now up 2-1 on Purdue, which must be way on the low end. And these are the men that we're talking about here. There you go, on 3 and 4. So yep, that's where that winner's bracket match is. So there's a spare from Sam Colby that you saw on the left side of your screen for Michigan State. Or no, I'm sorry. That was a past Michigan State team, I believe. That would be Ian Kalinowski. And you can hear Nebraska down there getting fired up as they are battling Wisconsin in the losers bracket. Ryan Clinton connecting in the 8th frame for Indiana. 108 through 7 with that strike up in the 8th. They're about 2 frames ahead of Michigan State right now, just as far as pacing is concerned. This is Aiden Cooper in the 7th. And he hits a strike for the Spartans. Over on the other side, I believe that's Michigan State 183, Purdue 181. So it would be Michigan State up 2-1 on Purdue. Michigan State up 2-1. Jen, once we get past this women's match between Purdue and Michigan State, I'm going to try and swing that camera back over toward 3 and 4 to catch the end of Penn State and Purdue over there. So the short answer is I hope so. That's a long way from where I'm at. Wow, and a big washout conversion for Haley Beers on the MSU team. So after an open from Masternak, they get back on it with a spare. Here's Chloe Hicklin up high, but got a great break. And Purdue jumps out to an early lead, 20 in the first after a spare strike for the Boilermakers. And a light hit for Kenzie Swartz and a 4-5-7. Brooklyn for Riley Fritchley. Just leaves the 5-8. Meanwhile, on the men's side, opens on both sides. 163-148. It's Michigan State winning over Indiana 1-0 in this best of 3 losers bracket match. So Indiana is now fighting for their tournament lives. They were the number 1 seed in the bracket. And as Cameron Mitchell picks up the 2-4-5, Hoosiers most certainly had a terrific night last night after their football team won the Big Ten championship. Bowling team hoping to follow suit, but they got to have some big scores right now. And they start out with an open in the first. Meanwhile, it's a 5 count for Kaylee Christensen on the Purdue women's side. A 1-2-5-8-9. And a washout for Haley Beers from Michigan State. So they've got 89 through 5, striking the 6th, and then that 6 count. And a Brooklyn strike in the 6th for Bosco. Good time to catch a good break there. And Beers gets 3 out of the 4. So 117. I believe that's through 7. Yep, 117 through 7. Boilermakers can jump out to a lead here. But Chloe Hickman goes through the face and leaves a 4-6-7. Michigan State, you'll remember, defeated Ohio State in the winner's bracket in their last match on the live stream pair. And now up 2-1 against Purdue and threatening here in game 4. There's a double from the Michigan State men from Kalinowski, who finished off a 5-strike flurry to knock off Minnesota in Michigan State's last match. Claire Zara with a big strike, or no, didn't hit a strike. 9. Couldn't see around the sidewall there. She did leave a 7-pin there. Instead, Riley Fritchley with a strike in a key spot for Purdue, trying to hang on. All right, big spare on the Michigan State side. A crossover for Allie Herder. So for Purdue, 124 through 8, strike up in the 9th. Michigan State has 136 through 8 with a spare up in the 9th. And with a big 10th frame, Michigan State could take this whole match. Here's Lily Jacobs. Oh, she crosses over and gets the carry. Kaylee Christensen certainly needs a double here. And instead slides by, leaving a 1-2-4-8. And that's going to do it. Michigan State is going to hang on and win this match 3-1. Okay, I'll be right back. We're going to take them out of the frame now. Go full page on this one. I'm going to try and get you over to the end of the Purdue and Penn State match. Give me just a sec.
What's the record right now?
They won the first one. Okay. So they won
Fair.
Okay, let's see if we can sneak into the end of that match. It's a 2-2 match right now. I want to try and pull that up full screen. And of course, I'm not quite... Okay. Hopefully you can hear me. Like I said, going wireless here. I'm going to try to adjust that camera a little bit so we get the end of the Purdue 2-2 right now. The end. That's the fun. On the left, 104-7 with a spare up in the 8th. Penn State, 123-7, strike up in the 8th. There's a 9 in the 9th. Fortunately, I don't have names handy, so can't tell you exactly who this is throwing the ball. Oh, and right through the face, 4-7-10. A good time for that. And the spare for the Boilermakers, 1-3.
You've been doing a great job.
So 149. Penn State, they'll max out at 179 if they can strike out for 173. Enough. Purdue is going 5-game match. Penn State went through Indiana, sent them to the losers bracket, and the Purdue team that is by all accounts tops in the nation. Fell a little bit short. A couple wins in the middle of the 5th game. Little too much to overcome the Lions. As Purdue ends up with 2, and they will with a win. So fortunately, we got to see the end of that. And it looks like IU MSU is not bowling right now. I'm not sure if I missed the end of it or if they're just pausing for a moment. But we'll see here. Yeah, sorry, Rachel, I was away from the screen just so I could see the score. So, yeah. We're kind of at a standstill right here on 17 and 18 right now. But we'll try and figure out what's going on.
Yeah, you guys were. Yeah, you guys were in 20.
Are we really talking about this close to microphones that are like hot? They're never off. Oh my gosh. I mean, they're still in the winners bracket. They're pretty loose. Yeah. Sorry, Rachel. Unfortunately, I missed the end of that. Michigan State did win their match against Indiana 2-1, so they'll be moving on. Unfortunately, Indiana's tournament has come to an end, but yeah, that's unfortunately the limitations of my system. I hooked up to a wireless microphone and ran down to 3 and 4 just so I could kind of relay the score over to you, and had to leave the screen. Couldn't really see what you were saying when you were saying it, but yeah, Michigan State moving on in the losers bracket. Now, I know Nebraska was just finishing up with Wisconsin. Didn't see the outcome of that, but that would have been a losers bracket match. And it looks like Nebraska moved on. Looks like Nebraska was a winner there, which means they will move on to take on Michigan State.
There will be 2 matches in our next round. In the men's varsity bracket, Michigan State will be bowling Nebraska on lanes 3 and 4. And our plan is to start around 11:25. In the men's JV bracket, Ohio State JV1 will bowl Michigan State JV1 on lanes 11 and 12.
So Michigan State and Nebraska down on 3 and 4. I'm going to try and get set up down there and get you tuned in for that one.
And then on the women's side, instead of 12 o'clock, we'll be starting at 11:45. There will be 2 matches there. On the women's varsity side,
It's okay. Nobody can use it after the first, right? Right. It's only good for 3 more weeks.
23 and 24. Purdue will be bowling Ohio State. And on the women's JV side, Michigan State JV1 will be bowling Michigan State JV2 on lanes 19 and 20. As a reminder, those 2 women's matches will start at 11:40. The 2 men's matches will be starting at 11:25. As a reminder, you are able to surface your bowling balls and make them hit the ground. That includes now. And I will update you all shortly. Before practice begins.
Yeah. I
Yeah, but the game, we both worked at Granger. They kept on calling us, oh, your start is until 12 o'clock. And we're looking at each other, I got to put it on. We're like, we're not coming in, we started. And then they're like, oh, you know what, no car coming in. So yeah, next day they were doing the same thing. We were like, so every two, yeah, she was like, 2005. Yeah, we didn't notice it until this started in the spring when things are warming up. Our shingles started going in the pyramid in the front because of the wind. Yeah, and I didn't realize I had my insurance, but the insurance covered it shingle for shingle. The only thing we had to do was play for the new plywood. And I got a deal on that. I talked to guys. And the girl goes, don't let anybody on your roof after she was up there. She goes, don't let anybody on your roof. You got your plywood's ready to go, you don't cover that. And she was just like, it's good. And we covered your shit. Yeah. I don't think so. State Farm has changed so much stuff around, and reading that whole policy is kind of fair enough. You know what? That's what I gotta do. I gotta see what kind of coverage we got going on.
Yeah.
It's at 1:30, but they're last. We'll keep them on the high end. And if we do, what I would like to do is get that those clips that you could use to put the storage up on top, which would make it a lot easier than all our Christmas stuff. But I want to keep it. It's not too big, I think, especially as one coming.
So a flight adjustment, the only match that will be taking place starting at 11:25 will be in the men's varsity division on lanes 3 and 4 between Nebraska and Michigan State. All other matches will still begin at 11:45. So the only change is the men's JV match between Ohio State JV1 and Michigan State JV1 on lanes 11 and 12 will begin at 11:45, not 11:25. The women's side is still the same. Also, if you have ordered any food at the snack bar, please go ahead and make your way up there to check if your order is ready.
I'm good, thank you, though.
Yes, there's more men's teams. I was online with the guy. And they didn't even give it.
Not anymore. No one got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because everybody got pretty much. And then
Because they're they have
no, they still have.
So one of them.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even that's still really bad.
Oh my god, I can feel so much with that. Yeah, I was actually love
She likes being there, so. No, it's because
no, there's no space in the truck. It's okay.
yeah, with me. Yeah, if you want
No. Hurry up, Grandma.
whatever. Green socks. We need green socks.
I'm gonna go warm up the car. Almost.
We did, except for the green.
My coworker, she had the right side, and she wanted to use the other side. First two attempts, we had the other side. Second attempt, we got red. And I thought, well, they stay, I feel like you're better to something like blue. So they do alternate, I guess. Our first attempt was
Both the same color. So now, but he traded the yellow for the red because we had two.
at the time we didn't have the
Right. So then when we won again, so now we have two reds, one yellow, one blue, but we need one green. Nothing. We just start. They're cute, actually. I'm gonna be worried if you're who.
So you have to put it in the frame and that way.
Yes, we're gonna frame them when we get off. Four of them. We're gonna do a frame.
Lanes 3 and 4. Your lanes are coming on for practice. Please hit the space bar.
Careful out there. Whatever you want. Yeah. Put me on the text too. That way we could all three of us could coordinate. Oh, they are? Oh, that's fine. That's so good. Yeah.
45 minutes
On the way. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
I'll see Brad.
Okay. Yeah, and then we can coordinate on those too. Yeah. You can't allow you. You know the $800 thing, right? So, okay,
All right, so we are going to get you over to lanes 3 and 4 in just a moment, where Nebraska and Michigan State are going to get going here in a losers bracket match. In fact, let's see if we can get this over without destroying audio right now. Okay. There we go. And right now, this is the only match that is starting across the house. And there's Kellogg Racing, go green, go white. There will be some additional matches starting about 15, 20 minutes from now, involving some of the JV teams, some of the women's teams. So we'll start with this one, which is the best 2 of 3, and then move to one of the additional ones after this one concludes. But again, losers bracket match, Michigan State and Nebraska. One will move on, and one will see their tournament come to an end.
Go out with you. Yes, they're done. They've been done for a while. Oh, thanks. The bookstores have a sale on Thursday. And it was like 30. I don't know, some for the basketball, but I'm like, okay, I'll take this and this and this and this. Yeah, right. Yeah. What's up? I don't need any more Purdue stuff, but you know, have enough. But you can always have it. All right. Well, we're heading out. See you later. Yeah, you too. See ya. Have a good Christmas, and I'll see you next year sometime. Oh, did you want anything? I'm sorry, I forgot.
Like they just go through it that instead, like I'm not going to do the games and I'm not going to do the. Yeah, I'm actually going to ask you. No, the bounce discussion. I'm not going to do the fundraising.
Their time's up there. I know. That's great. I don't know. No, because we have. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So, same drill as these folks finish up practice. I will not be able to see the chat because I'll be down on that end on a wireless microphone, trying to keep you updated on the scores. It is 1-2. That's 2 out of 3. So you definitely want to win quickly because going down 1-0 is kind of a tough spot to be in. But that's how we'll do this, as Nebraska and Michigan State just about set to get underway. So at this point in the tournament, there are only 2 teams on the varsity side left without a loss. Those teams are Purdue on the men's side and Michigan State on the women's side. Everybody else kind of trying to claw their way back through the losers bracket. And get it right back into where they can get back into a kind of a stepladder style final or a championship match and make a run at a championship. Again, the higher seed picks their starting lane.
1, 2, 3, fire!
One of the Michigan State players just looked back at the group of about 6 Spartans behind the counter and asked, where's the rest of the team? They do have about, I want to say 4 or 5 different teams here between varsity and JV.
He's like that guy. Yeah, go ahead. He goes up. I was
So Michigan State starting out with an 8 count. And here is Carter Van Opdorp. Probably among the taller of the competitors this weekend, putting 10 back as the Spartans counter with a spare. And make it a double from Daniel Noel. Strike for Michigan State. I believe that's Jack Smith. That's not Jack Smith. That's Aiden. His name is Aiden. Haven't seen the lineup sheet yet from the Spartans, but
Aiden
Cooper. Okay. See, it helps to have a bunch of his Spartan teammates back here, and that's a 7 count there. On the Huskers side, Benjamin Hibbard has got a mess to deal with there. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. We'll see how it goes after this. Gets them all. So not a bad shot. And he gets all 3. So both teams doing a good job of staying clean in the early going. As we know, because we've said it over and over again, spares certainly at a premium. Here's Evan Choi, and that went dead left. So 1, 3, and 6. And Michigan State counters with another strike. And spare from Choi. So and a double for the Spartans. So a lead for Michigan State as they get about halfway through the lineup here. Ashley Morowski. Up high for Van Opdorp, and he'll have a 6'10" to shoot at in the 6th. As Spartans put away another spare. Haven't seen an open yet in the match. So, and of course, as soon as you say something, there it is. But 108 through 6 for the Huskers. A lead for Michigan State as they have 109 through 5 with a spare up. Now Daniel Noel, who had a strike in the 2nd, up high, 3-6. That one crossed over, but left him a 6-pin. And a spare for Noel. And another spare for the Spartans, clean through 7. These teams are leaving themselves primarily makeable spares, staying out of trouble, single pins, 2 pins here and there. And there's a split for Benjamin Hibbard. 3, 4, 6, 7. That one went right in the ditch. Yeah, those outside boards are just, you just can't get it back. There's no recovery out there. Straight at it. A knowing smile as he converts that spare. 146 through 7 with a spare in the 8th. As the Huskers with 130 through 8. Here's Evan Choi. mixing up the left side. Trying to will his teammates back into this match, but they're going to need some help from Michigan State as they have a big lead, not going to get it there. Morawski can strike out for 190, but Michigan State already at 176. And even if they open, would be above 190. So it's really not going to take much here to take game one, and that's certainly going to do it. So Michigan State will go up 1-0 in this best of 3 losers bracket match. So just like that, Nebraska will be fighting for their tournament lives in game 2 when the teams switch lanes and start over again. Michigan State powered by great spare shooting and mitigating the damage on their leaves. I mean, they just didn't have a whole lot of leaves that they couldn't handle picking up. And unfortunately, Nebraska had a couple that they had a split in there, missed a single pin, and that was their undoing in that first game. So they'll switch lanes, regroup, try and get to second, try and get a win in game 2 and even this thing up.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right. Going with the same lineup?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So going right away with Carter Van Opdorp. And he gets him to fall in the first frame. Nebraska, a little switching up in the lineup here. Benjamin Hibbard moves to the second spot, Noel to the third, Morawski to the fourth, and Choi to the anchor spot. Ian Kalinowski was the leadoff for Michigan State, and he puts 10 in the pit as both teams start out with strikes. Here's Hibbard. A light hit, just the 2-pin. So stays out of trouble for the most part. Aiden Cooper for the Spartans got it out into the sauce, but it somehow came back, got a piece of the head pin, and he tripped out the 2-4-5 to make it a double. And that was a fantastic break in a key spot. I know it's early in the game, but when you're talking about a Baker game like this, where you just don't have that many shots to throw, and especially coming off a strike, that becomes really, really meaningful. Noel in the third, ringing 10. So Nebraska coming off strike and a spare with 39 through 2. Will take aim at that 10 pin. Nate Patton with a spare for the Spartans, who are up by 8. That is Lincoln Beachheisen, who left himself a big split, and that's really the first time in this match that Michigan State has left something that isn't really easily made, as Borowski, who went from the anchor spot to the 4, is left with a 5-9. And open for Sparty, and Michigan State left with 73 through 4. Nebraska with the spare can take a small lead. And she hooked it by both of them. So now it's Michigan State, Cameron Mitchell anchoring the team as he did in game 1, and he snow plows the rack coming off that open. 2 incredible breaks for the Spartans. 2 out of 5 frames. One collapsing the 2-4-5, another just snow plowing the deck. And the result is 3 out of 5 strikes and a lead for Michigan State, who is already up 1-0. Choi trips out the 7 and is left with just the 6. And there's another break. Looks like our estimated time for the championship match now is back to 2 o'clock from 2:15, which means there's an even better chance that I get to listen to some of the first half of the football game. Oh, and that one slid right off the lane. You know, anything right is just, it's always trouble. So 2 consecutive makeables missed, and Aiden Cooper crosses over for the Spartans' 3rd consecutive strike, and they are feeling it. Van Opdorp up high, 6-10. And a split. Nate Potton. And there's a spare for Nebraska and Van Opdorp.
Wait, come back
And Potton gets 2. So 155. I believe that's through 7. No, through 8, despite 2 opens on splits. And man, have they been catching some great breaks at a crucial time. And there's a solid strike in the 9th for Lippheisen. And boy. There's a spare for Benjamin Hibbard. Again, Nebraska kind of slow playing this. A crossover for Cameron Mitchell. He leaves just the 5. He can go spare strike for 195. There is still a chance. They can get 203 if they punch out. There's a start. Daniel Noel, who went from the 2 spot to the 3 spot, gets a strike. Now, Ashley Morawski, they literally have to keep striking. Anything less than a strike, and it's over. Oh, he missed. So now that leaves them a little room. So 183, which is interesting because they don't have the count either. So now they can get there. They just need a double. They get it. That is a huge double now. He makes that spare in the 10th, and it's a totally different game. So now it's 113 with a double up. It's like Choi just needs the first one.
Come on, there we go! Not yet! Let's go! Come on, boys!
And the anchor bowler they've depended on for most of this tournament has come through when they needed him most. He had to have that one, and he threw a terrific shot. If you've watched since yesterday, they stuck him on the bench during the first couple rounds. It allowed them to put in a sub and get by Michigan. And now they've got him in the anchor spot, and he hits that first strike to get them past Michigan State after Cameron Mitchell missed a single pin spare in the 10th. So we'll go to a game 3 between Nebraska and Michigan State to determine who will survive in the losers bracket. The Split King told us yesterday that Choi is far and away the best bowler they've got on that team, and he showed us why on that first ball in the 10th.
How's it going?
Good. And Michigan State starts out with a 3 count. I think they have moved Mitchell to the first spot. Van Opdorp up high, leaves a 6 pin. No real damage done there. It's really as if he went 9 spare. And a true 9 spare on the other side. So all even after a frame. But what a momentum shift in that last game. Michigan State looked like they had everything going their way. In a moment's time, everything changed. Crossover, I think that's Aiden Cooper. For Nebraska, Benjamin Hibbard. There's a nice shot, carries it. 20 in the first with a strike up in the second for the Huskers. Daniel Noel in the third. That ball is trying to get there, but couldn't quite climb the hill. A 2-pin lead. And a spare for Cooper. And the spare for Noel. So 40 after 2 with the spare up in the third. Nate Patton. Ashley Morawski. A little light on the Brooklyn side, left with a 3 and a 9. That looked dead left off his hand. And Kalinowski is left with the 1-3. A few other teams starting up competition. Got Ohio State, Michigan State, JV men off to the right. Michigan State women, I want to say on the JV side. Ohio State and Purdue women. As Morawski, this is the spare, and there's a 1 count for, I think that's Beachheisen. And they moved him to the anchor spot, but that's pretty tough off a spare. Now Evan Choi. Put his in the dish. Wow. So really both teams with a lot riding on this second shot. He goes dead left and leaves 4. Choi a full rack to shoot at just to get back to a spare here. Michigan State with 76 through 5. You got that one left, and left a 1-3. So a 1-pin game as Cameron Mitchell starts things off in the 6th for Michigan State. And that one didn't climb the hill either. 1, 2, 8, and 10. Van Opdorp crosses over. Leaves a 6-pin. Gets 3 out of the 4. So 85 through 6. And all of a sudden, the spares have become tougher to come by and all the more important. He gets a spare for the Huskers. So a single pin spare in the 6th vaults them into a 10-pin lead. As Aiden Cooper tries to mount a comeback here for the Spartans. Crosses over and twists and somehow gets the 9 to fall. Wow. They had a couple tremendous breaks last game, and there's another one in game 3. Benjamin Hibbard slid by the head pin and left that 1-2-4-8 that we've seen so many times this weekend. And that one went right through the nose. 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. So he's working on a strike. 1 pin becomes 2 when it comes to count, so pretty important to get the 3. Hibbard gets all 4, so back-to-back spares for the Huskers. And fires at the 3, gets all 3. So now you've got 111 through 8. Noel up high, 3, 6, 10. But again, another makeable spare. Kalinowski with a strike in the 9th. Spartans can punch out and still get up to 171. It is not over yet. And Noel covers all 3. So 120, 108 through the 7th, a spare up in the 8th. They can go strike, spare, strike, spare, strike for 168, so they need a double in there somewhere, especially now that Michigan State has put up a double. Morawski up high with a 6-10, so 126 through 8. And an opportunity to put up another spare for Nebraska. Beachheisen for Michigan State crosses over and carries. 3 in a row, heading into the fill ball in the 10th. Again, 171 if he can hit the last one. They've benefited from a lot of great breaks. And even if he punches out, he cannot shut out Nebraska. And Morawski covers the spare. So 126 through 8, a spare up in the 9th. The count is certainly going to be important here. And he gets 8. So 169. He's going to need a double in the 10th and some count. Otherwise, it's going to be Michigan State moving on. Evan Choi, threw the strike that kept Nebraska in this match in the first ball of the 10th frame of game 2. Can he do it again? And he threw it out the window. Michigan State survives. It'll be the Spartans moving on in the losers bracket. Nebraska will go home. A magic run in this tournament, but their weekend comes to an end.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And it was a tight one. Choi had some great moments. He had that crucial strike in the 10th frame of game 2, but he also threw some errant shots. And unfortunately, that was one of them in the 10th frame of the decisive third game. And it marked the downfall of that Nebraska team. So Michigan State, the benefactor, a bunch of great breaks. Moving on. Okay, so now let's switch cameras here. We've got an all Michigan State affair back here on this pair on 19 and 20. And unfortunately, we don't have the score correct here because that's from another pair. So we'll get that out of there, at least for now. And give me a second. We're going to swing over to the Purdue-Ohio State varsity women's match in just a moment. Okay, we'll try to get things moved here over to 23 and 4, where we have Purdue and Ohio State on the women's side, women's varsity. Hoping the signal clears up a little bit. That's Chloe Hickland. Putting away a strike for the Boilermakers. Do you think you could slide them a couple of lineup sheets? Ohio State and Purdue. Yeah. And I'm not sure where their match is at. If they've
Purdue's up 1-0.
1-0. So Purdue, who you see in the foreground there, is up 1-0 on Ohio State right now. Again, this is a loser's bracket match, so it's the best 2 out of 3. And the only remaining undefeated varsity teams are Michigan State for the women and Purdue for the men. I believe that is Alana Baker for Ohio State, leaving the 3 and 6. C. Mitchell says, "Go green. Nice win over Nebraska." Yes, it was. We're a little frozen here. I'm hoping that resolves itself. Either that or I might have to troubleshoot it a little bit. Let's see. I switch cameras here. Hang on 1 second. We'll take a look. Okay, there we go. That's better. right, 7th frame, Chloe Hickland up high, left a 4-7. Molly Gray working on a 5-pin leave, but not going to work out there. So an open frame for Ohio State. I think that leaves them with 118 through 8. And Hickland takes care of the spare. Riley Fritchley, a little light, left a bucket, 2-4-5-8. And I believe that was Emma Pugh, leaving a 2-4-5. So Purdue in the driver's seat. And she gets all 4. Or no, that was Riley Fritchley. I think the 8th frame was Carolyn Blody. And Alana Baker in the 10th for Ohio State, leaving a 6-7. No, 4-10. Sorry about that. And this one's going to be all Purdue. And just a half pocket 10 pin there for Allie Herder. And misses the 10 pin, but that's all right. So Purdue takes down Ohio State and advances in losers bracket, Ohio State out of the tournament. Handshakes and fist bumps all around. And on they go. All right. So now as we continue on through bracket, you're going to have Michigan State and Penn State, I believe, down on 3 and 4 again. So if you give me a second, we will try and figure out where that's going to be. See if we can pop that up there. I'm sorry, 5 and 6 is where that will be.
I think raising it.
Okay, so Penn State and Michigan State are starting up practice on way down on 5 and 6, and they are doing battle for the right to take on the last undefeated, and that is the Purdue Boilermakers. Hi.
Hello.
Let me kind of get this back and spot where we can actually see everybody. Oh, how did we get that moved over? That is so weird. Give me just a second. I'm going to run around and get that. What did I do? How did I move the camera from here? Live streaming is so weird sometimes. Okay. I think that's better. So, yeah, as we watch these other guys practice, and I pray that my signal stays in. It looks kind of garbly right now. It's a good excuse to bring it back over here and talk with Jack Conrad, who is part of the Purdue team that I had mentioned, the last of the undefeateds. Congratulations on a nice run so far.
Yeah, thank you. It's been good. We had a rough go of it yesterday in qualifying. Not our best performance, but looking to at least have some bracket success today. And so far, it's been going well. A few hiccups in the last match we bowled, but we're able to get it done.
Okay. Yeah, tell me about that match because we didn't see most of it. I was able to kind of get over there right at the end, and I saw you guys kind of take it at the end. It looked like Penn State had a couple of errant shots right at the end, and you guys were able to seal it up. But they're scrappy, aren't they?
Yeah, they the first game we, myself included, missed some spares, and then going into the 10th frame, we needed some things to go our way, and we ended up leaving a washout in the second shot in the 10th. Needed to get all 5 to win, and our anchor at the time, Josh Sachs, got it done and won the game. And we thought, okay, we're up 1-0 now. That's going to be it. And they didn't roll over. They kept fighting, and they won the next 2 and put us down 2-1. So they're fighters.
Yeah. What do you know about Michigan State? Because in the end, it could be either of these teams that you face. I can tell you that having watched them, it's been a crazy run for them. They've looked like they were dead about 3 different times. They've carried a ton of, of Brooklyn's and hits that you thought would never strike, and things are falling over. Yep. It's been wild.
I mean, that's what you need to win. You need luck to go your way.
Yeah.
That's how you win games. You get lucky and you catch your breaks. I've never won a bowling tournament where I didn't get lucky at least once. So you gotta have things go your way to win. And if that's what it takes, I see them they're throwing a hustle AU yesterday and it looked great and they were carrying it. So that's a ball that hasn't been out for 10 years and that ball looks good for them. If you can get things like that working, you'll be able to win.
Yeah. You take a look at the condition, and we've talked a lot about it because we see the result, and it doesn't, I guess on paper it doesn't look like we've seen it play throughout this weekend. What's it been like for you?
Yeah, so this week in practice, we were able to put out the pattern and bowl on it. And what was working for me then was rolling a hyper drive as a lefty two-hander, just rolling, getting as forward as I can, just trying to use the shape from 1 through 4 and get the ball to read off that spot and go through the pins correctly. And I was managing the pocket well, controlling it. We come here, I'm expecting this place because it's a higher friction center to be able to do that. And the front blew up immediately. The ball would either burn up if you were for me when I was throwing reactive, it was burning up and never seeing it, or burning up and getting offline right away and going through the face. So switching to urethane ended up being the correct option. Not in the way we thought, though, not using that 1 through 4 shape, but moving in and kind of using the hold on 5, 6 and being able to get it left of that a little bit and getting it to come back, but really trying to just keep it up the track and using that and trying to take the fronts out of play. And on the right side, we went to our purples also because we just wanted to take splits out of play. And if we were able to do that, if it becomes a spare shooting contest, I'm confident that our guys are going to be able to make more spares than pretty much anybody.
It really has been for a lot of these matches. And it just seems like on the right, if you leak it right, you're dead.
Yeah.
Is it the same on the left for you?
Depends on the pair. On the right, they're clearly OB, right? On the last pair, I would say, depending on what ball you were throwing and how you were throwing it, I had some shots that got left that were able to come back. Our other lefties had some shots that got left and weren't able to come back. So it kind of depended if you could be in the right ball and something about your ball roll was allowing it to bounce off that spot, or just hit it and turn right immediately and get offline. So it was kind of managing the bounce and managing the early friction that ended up being the key in that match.
Yeah. You're a senior on this team. You've fought the battles. You've seen the different combinations of bowlers and personalities. This team this year has had such a great start to the season. What's been different about this group of guys?
I would say this group of guys is the most team-oriented team we've had since I've been here. Everyone on this team wants to win for the team and because they want to win together, and we all want to see each other succeed. And that's something that I think a lot of teams struggle with. And, you have some teams with, they have drama, or, some people don't like each other. There's none of that on this team. Everyone likes each other. Everyone wants each other to win. And when I'm sitting on the bench, I'm rooting for all my guys just as hard as they would root for me when I'm bowling. So It's really about wanting it more and wanting it together.
Big picture thinking.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah. What did Coach tell you during this long break? You've had the longest break of any of the men's varsity teams.
Not much. Just to be back at a certain time, and we know what we're gonna do. So, we're all ready. We all know we're all prepared. We all know what we're gonna do. So we're just gonna go out and do it.
Good deal. Well, good luck to you. You guys will face the winner of Michigan State and Penn State. We're going to head over there next to check out who's going to take that one, assuming the signal holds up from the strength of the Bowlero Wi-Fi.
All right.
Pray with me.
Yes.
Let's hope this thing holds serve.
All right. Thank you.
Jack Conrad, best of luck to you and the rest of the Boilermakers.
Thanks.
You bet. There he goes. All right. Well, I'm going to do this the same way that we did the last couple times. We'll head over there with a wireless setup and hope beyond hope that everything holds itself together and that we can continue to show you this match. But yeah, Penn State and Michigan State for the right to take on Purdue in our men's championship match. Okay, back with you. Lanes 5 and 6 for Penn State and Michigan State. Michigan State starting out spare strike with Aiden Cooper. Here's Penn State, Daniel Wang up a little high, leaving a 6-10. Eric Landis before him with the strike. Just 3 men's varsity teams remaining. And these are 2 of them. Final losers bracket match. However, I'm assuming that Purdue has to be beaten twice. Yeah, Purdue has to be beaten twice. So it is true double elimination. And since they are still undefeated, whoever wins this will have to take down the Boilermakers 2 times to win the tournament. Jack Zalbo. No, he will be in the 3rd. That was Wang that made the spare. Zalbo taking the 3rd frame right now. Kalinowski hitting the double. And there's Stitzer with a double in response. Cameron Mitchell will fire away the 6-10 following the double for Michigan State. Nittany Lions fifth frame with Taj Fernie, and he'll have just the 4-pin. Skated by to the left. So open frame for the Nittany Lions, I believe it was 97 through 5. Michigan State with 96 through 5. And Sparrow in the 6th. Here's Aiden Cooper in the 7th. He gets all 10. Up high for Eric Landis. And a 3-6-10.
Ball.
10-pin for Patton. And 2 out of the 3. So another open for Penn State, 2 in a row. As the lead starts to grow for Michigan State. As they stack marks on top of each other toward the later phases of this game. 136 through 7 with a spare up in the 8 for the Spartans. Nice break there. Lincoln.
Well, someone was sitting there earlier, so I just.
Have a car ride home.
And that one skated by. So an open for the Spartans. Wang will have the 7th for the Nittany Lions. And that one went up high with just the 3-pin to deal with. They have 106 through 6. And whatever he does with this spare here, Michigan State with 164 through 9. And the 10th will belong to Ian Kalinowski, who has put up some big shots in the last 2 matches against Minnesota and Nebraska. And there's a spare. So 106 through 7 with a spare up. Penn State is not out of this. Again, they've been bowling at a slower pace, so they've got a few frames to make up here to catch the pace of the Spartans. Eighth frame with Zalso. Light takes down 7. That one. Kalinowski shook him up. So 194 is what Michigan State can max out. Penn State could still shoot 216. You got to have them all. And that one went left. 136.10 for Jacob Stitzer. One went up high. Just a 610. I'll have 184 if he can make it. Penn State can stay clean and go 186. He makes this, and they go strike, and he only gets 3. It's 154 through 9. He's going to have to punch out if Kalinowski makes this spare, and he does. So they need all 3. What happens if they tie?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. Joey does not want to talk about it. Joey, do you want to talk about it now?
Let's wait one more shot.
Let's wait one more shot. Okay. Joey is looking like he wants to talk. And he goes up high, Michigan one on the back. So Penn State will stay. That'll be Landis, Stitzer, and I was right. Okay. Cameron Mitchell. Do you know what Lincoln's last name is here? Please. Or no, I'm sorry, that was Berkeley. For Michigan State. So 20. Second. That urethane ball crossing over and carrying. So unfortunately, the wireless microphone had some interference, and I can't replicate the scores over here by where I'm at. So we're kind of looking from a distance as Penn State tries to come back from a 1-0 deficit to Michigan State. Yeah, we thought it was from the lane machine. They are re-oiling right now. I think that's the only difference between now and where we were before. But regardless, that's kind of where we're at. So right now I'm sitting behind 17 and 18 where our championship match will be. And this match between Penn State and Michigan State is on 5 and 6.
It's like even like so normally it's so much better when thank you. I think when we get like if we're winning, if we're like far ahead, after halftime, I'm like, all right, I want us to. If we're super far behind, I'm like, let's just get it over. Let's just get it over with, and then we can all just go home. Yeah, and everyone's gonna go. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true. Well, even the last like 2 games, like 2 home games, there was nobody there. And they were like, they literally let us like because they wanted to fill seats.
I forgot they were playing, but I told them, oh, this isn't good because there's like a bunch of sad kids walking.
Oh no! Yeah, you can tell.
It's like the game still should be going on. It's already down like 21
Oh, that's too bad.
The last game we literally scored less than a minute in, and they got like first play, first go, first ran. We were like, maybe, and then we just started. Well, what was one of the last games? We were notified just like a little bit. Like the other team scored. Well, because we're not great speaking. We do okay in the first half, and then after halftime, it just we'll see if it gets better with this new coach. Although, at least all of us are like, yeah. I think that he might be like a good coach for football. I don't know if he's going to reflect super well on university because he's involved in a lot of yeah, that's exactly what we need. Exactly. But I mean, still, just like the involvement now is like, yeah, because that's exactly what state needs right now. We need another confidence. Right? You should stay. Imagine. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Involved. Okay. Or maybe I did. Gotcha. Yeah, it does. And that kind of stuff follows you around, whether you want it or not. It's, you know. Yeah. What were your ones? So I was in theater, I was in show choirs, and I was in choir. And I was like, I was the coolest person at my high school. I was in the band, and I was in theater, and I bowled. I was the coolest person. Did you put that on your little? I should have. I played all of it. I played the most awesome sports. I thought that was you. See, Alyssa, I think Alyssa's is 298. Which is funny because so Alyssa bowled for Dakota and I bowled for Utah, so we were always at the same tournament. So I knew, like, we kind of knew each other. But, like, we never, like, actually had a conversation before. And it's really funny because Dakota was always really good. So I was like, and now we bowl together. So I was like, that's okay. It's like, because I was there for that game. Oh, that she bowled. Because I mean, her bowling was so. I can't believe like that. And then you have your coach, that's like, just wait until they're gone, because it's always, you know, like if they do get notched trying to and then the whole bowling alley erupts. Yeah. But that's the problem. Don't do that. No, exactly, because then I start freaking out. I'm like, nobody's watching you. It's way too much. Yep. That's like I will never even do close.
Good.
Because my high game.
Okay. So the Michigan State folks are saying that Michigan State just won. So they will take on Purdue in the championship. And by the looks on the faces of the Penn State folks down there, you can certainly surmise that that's what's going on.
Yeah, no kidding.
So Michigan State will have a presence in both men's and women's varsity championships. Michigan State. And then who will they face on the women's side?
So, the women's JV will be Ohio State JV1, Michigan State JV1.
Okay.
And the women's varsity side will be Purdue, Michigan State.
And that will be 19-20. Purdue,
Yes, sir.
Michigan State. Okay.
Men's JV will be Purdue JV1, Ohio State JV1.
Okay.
Men's varsity will be Purdue and Michigan State.
Gotcha. Okay.
And they will be on
So,
17 and 18.
I say, okay. So there you go. So you've got Michigan State and Purdue in both men's and women's. And thank you. Sorry about that. Jumping microphone. But again, it'll be Michigan State on the women's side will have to be beaten twice. On the men's side, Purdue will have to be beaten twice. So that is where we stand. And as we get set for the championship matches, we are actually going to say goodbye to this particular video. There's a fourth video on the page, on the playlist, and that will be the fourth and final one that we'll have you go to access the championship matches. And Tracy says, great run, PSU, so proud. Yeah, they did have a great run, and they bowled well all weekend. Unfortunately, came up just a little short to Michigan State, but certainly does not diminish what they did throughout the weekend. Great bowling by the Nittany Lions all weekend, and yeah, certainly to be commended. But anyway, as I was saying, yeah, let's show you where you can go. You can certainly go to that higher bar bowling page and click on live streaming. And once you get there, it'll take you to this playlist, and that top link that says championship matches, that'll be the place. So head on over there and click the little button to be notified. And once we get started with our championship matches, we'll go live, and you'll be able to see all the action right here with us at Bowlero Mount Prospect in suburban Chicago as we finish up our presentation of the 2025-26 Big Ten Championships, brought to you by Storm Bowling and H5G.
Thank you for watching Bowling with the Fef. Pound the like button and subscribe button. It's the easiest way to support the channel, and it's free. Bowling with the Fef is brought to you by Chip Magnet. Raise your snack standards.
Jerry's Score More Bowling Supply inside Wagner's Lane. So Eau Claire, Wisconsin area's leader in bowling products and services since 1988. And Visionary Video Hub. Video with impact.
Email bowlingwiththefef@yahoo.com with questions or to appear on the show. You can also reach out on your favorite social media platform.